হ্যালো
বুঝতে পারছেন এখন? আচ্ছা, একটা এক্সাম্পল বলতে পারেন যে can you cite an example where there can be only identity provider? That means my user ID and database is there, but there is no service provider. How it can happen or why it can happen? Or what will be the advantage? There is no service provider. What will be the advantage of identity provider or keeping an identity provider in my premises? Because I got that request that, okay, I don't want to be a service provider, but I want to be an identity provider from some of the campuses. Why it can happen? Or what will be the advantage you will get if you have an identity provider without having a service provider? No one? The answer is very simple. The answer is EduRoam allows you to get service from any campuses. So suppose here I am an identity provider. I have a server with identity, but I am not allowing anyone to take the service. Okay, so I am not service provider. But when I am going to a foreign university, my identity provider will get access to that foreign network and enjoy the service. So what happens? The thing happens that with my identity provider, I can access internet from anywhere in the world. But when somebody else comes here, as I am not a service provider, nobody can access service from my campus. So that is not allowed as per norm of EduRoam. That you won't give any service, you will only take service. That is not allowed. Okay, that's why you have to have a service provider. You have to become a service provider. Identity provider, whether you will become it or not, that depends on you. So being service provider, you are allowing others to take the service. And being identity provider, you are helping yourself to take the service. So that is the difference. Okay, so that is a bit complex. So probably at the end of the workshop, you will understand these things better. Operators, national radius servers, national roaming servers, there are many different names, but the layer is same, the second layer. So this layer, normally, this layer is occupied by the NRANs, like BDRAN, Bangladesh Research and Education Network, normally only one in a single country. So each NRAN of each country, they lie in the layer. So if we have 160 universities, we can have 160 IDPs, we can have 160 SPs, but we will have only one NRS, National Radius Server. One IDP means one server. So we can have one server in each campus, that is in the bottommost layer, and in the second layer, right above it, there will be only one server. Okay, all connected to BDRAN. And the top level is occupied by international federation operators. We call it top level radius servers. There are two types of TLRs, one ETLR and one is TLR. So normally for each zone, there are two TLRs. So suppose for APAN, the Asia Pacific Advanced Network, for Asia Pacific zone, there are two TLRs, one lying in Hong Kong and another one in Australia. And they are connected to ETLRs. ETLR, E stands for European TLR. So European top level radius servers. So European TLRs, they are connected to, you can see that they are connected to Africa, they are connected to European NRSS, they are connected to Latin American NRSS. So eventually what happens, all the NRSS are connected somehow through TLRs or through ETLRs to each other. And all the institutional radius servers, all the institutions are connected to so the architecture becomes that each of the institutional radius server is connected to each of the institutional radius server in the world, across the world. So whether this is understandable or not through this hierarchical diagram. Russia University is connected to Denmark University, Swedish University, or BDREN is connected to NKN, to Nepal REN, to Bhutan REN, to Thai REN, or to any other REN in the world, like SUNET, Swedish network, any other REN, any other institute. Each institute is connected to any other institute in the world through this hierarchy. Bottom layer, then next layer, then top layer. Those who are in telecom industry or have a little bit of knowledge about telecom industry, the bottom layer, you can say that all the telecom operators like Grameenphone, Banglalink, Teletalk. Then the next layer is the ICX like Getco, the 21 or 23 ICXs are there, BTCL, they are ICX. And then the top layer is IGW, International Gateway Exchange. And as such, each mobile is connected to any other mobile in the world. Same goes with this case, each IDP is connected to any other IDPs in the world. I am taking more time in this slide because this hierarchy is very important. So regardless of your level, you have to understand this hierarchy. Maybe later on, the advanced stuff, you might understand, you might not. Very difficult to understand stuff in a single day, in a single session. I understand that. It depends on your basics. It depends on your expertise level and also on your conversancy with this eduroam topic. So you are new, some of you are pretty new, so don't think that you will understand everything. But try to understand this hierarchy. This is very important. So like this, now the little bit of routing part, you will do it by yourself. So how the traffic is routed. So when any of the top level radius gets a traffic with .bd, the domain name is .bd, it will immediately route it to BDREN national level radius server that is located in BDREN premises. Okay. And all the universities, they are connected to BDREN national level radius server. So if the domain name contains ru.ac.bd, it will understand that it is the domain belongs to Russia University. So it will route that traffic to Russia University. If it is something like PUST ADUBD or PUST ACBD, then it will be routed to PUST. It is something like bdren.net.bd. The traffic will be routed to bdren. I am branding it as traffic. But what is this traffic? Is it internet traffic? What type of traffic is this? Does anyone have any clue? What type of traffic is this? Is it internet traffic? Only identity, only credential. That means it is mandatory that your credential, normally we do it like in my office, I do it TAWRIT, Taurit, and then password. It will not work here. In this case, you must give the full domain name. So I must put Taurit appended by @bdren.net.bd. My credential is not going to be routed if I am outside my premises. It will not understand. If I am in Russia University, if I put over there that TAWRIT, then password, or CEO, then password, it will not work, because where it will be routed? It will check in the Russia University IDP, and it will not find anything, any of my credential over there. So it will not allow me the access. If my identity, CEO, is followed by @bdren.net.bd, then this credential will be routed to bdren. Otherwise, no. So wherever you stay in the world, doesn't matter, regardless if they have EduRoam connectivity, put your full ID, and we call it realm. You will find it later, REALM. This domain part, we call it realm. So the routing is done based on realm. What realm you are providing over there. So this is the routing part, okay? So now the pictorial diagram, how it works. So you see someone named Mofij from Russia University. The architecture, is it clear? The Russia University. The top left elliptical part. This is the part of Russia University. So this is in the bottom layer. Then the top right, bdren NRS. This is in layer 2. Then HARNET or ARNET TLR. HARNET is Hong Kong Education and Research Network, okay? And ARNET is Australian Academic Research Network. So this is in top layer. So bottom layer, then second layer, then top layer. And then towards its left, the bottom layer in the middle, the DEIC NRS, Denmark E-Infrastructure Corporation, that is in Denmark, okay? That is the Denmark NREN. So that is again in layer 2. And the bottom left part, that is DTU, Denmark Technical University. That is in layer 1. So layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. Each and every layer is present here. There are 2 layer 1, there are 2 layer 2, but only 1 layer 3. If I take the bottommost layer as layer 1, then Denmark Technical University of Denmark and Russia University, they are in layer 1. bdren and DEIC NRS, they are in layer 2. And Hong Kong and Australian Academy, they are top level radius server. So when Mofij from Russia University, he puts his username, then an access request will be sent to the local Russia University institutional radius server. And Russia University institutional radius server will understand from the configuration it has. I will show you the configuration, or you will do it by yourself, the configuration of institutional radius server. That's why you need to understand the very concept, why you are doing it and what is happening inside. Definitely, everybody will be successful in doing the configuration. But if you can't follow it, then many of you will not understand what happened actually inside and why it did happen. So how Rashtriya University IRS will be able to understand that it is a local authentication? From which part? From the domain name, from RUACBD, it will be able to understand that it is a local authentication. So then what will happen? The Rashtriya University institutional radius server will return back an access accept message, or if the password matches, or access reject message if the password doesn't match. Okay, but it will be done, all will be done locally. So it is same as a local radius server. Probably many of you have a local radius server in your campus. How many you do have local radius server? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you configure free radius or radiator or what? Free radius. So it is same as configuring local radius server, nothing else. Now the beauty of eduroam, how it works. So you can see eduroam flow of authentication for in-roamer. That means somebody, what is in-roamer? Somebody from outside my network has come to visit my network, that is in-roaming. And out-roaming is someone from my network when he or she visits outside my network to an overseas network. So that is a concept about roaming, in-roaming and out-roaming. So when someone from outside the campus visits my network, then what happens? Suppose his name is Martin, Martin@dtu.dk. dtu.dk, dk stands for Denmark. So as soon as Rashtriya University IRS will get this request, the Rashtriya University IRS will understand that it's a foreign authentication. It cannot be done locally because there is no RUACBD. So what it will do, it will route this credential to BDRAN, to layer 2. What BDRAN will do? BDRAN also doesn't know who is DTU-DK. So BDRAN will send it to its upper layer, that is HARNET or RNET. HARNET or RNET, as TLR, they should know where lies DK. They are not supposed to know DTU, but they know DK. It is Denmark. So they will immediately send it to Denmark, Denmark NREN. Now Denmark NREN should know that it is Technical University of Denmark, and they will send it to Technical University of Denmark. Okay. And all the way from Technical University of Denmark, a return, access, accept or reject, depending on the matching of password or not, will flow all the way, the same way it will follow to the Rashtriya University IDP. And Rashtriya University IDP will send an access accept to Mr. Martin. If Rashtriya University has an SP, then the SP will allow Martin to enjoy the internet service. So that is the way it works. Okay. If you understand up to this point, then you can say that you have already passed this presentation. Okay. Now, when you will configure, you will be able to understand many things, not all the things, because I have probably 1 more hour to give you some insight about what happens. But don't get disappointed up to this point. You have to understand. To pass this course, Up to this point, you have to understand. Taking it for granted that you have all passed. Okay, don't get disheartened. You have all passed. But to understand the basic of this workshop, these slides are very important. Okay. When we go through some presentation or when we follow some course, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to understand everything. Okay. That's a stupid thinking. Pure stupid can think in that way. Okay. Even I don't understand everything in my presentation. It is not possible. It's a knowledge of, it's an ocean of knowledge. But a few things you should understand. And you should understand what you should understand. That is the best way of gathering knowledge. So if you understand up to this part, then I am happy. If you have any question, you can come back. আরেকটা জিনিস, ট্রেনিং করতে আসছেন, ট্রেনিং এ প্রশ্ন করবেন। হ্যাঁ, আমাকে আমার মানে বাল্যকালে মানে আমার চাকরি জীবনের শুরুতে, তখন একজন বলেছিল যে ট্রেনিং এ, এরকম একটা ট্রেনিং করতে গিয়েছি ইন্ডিয়ায়, তখন বলেছিল যে ট্রেনিং এ আপনি যদি কোয়েশ্চেন করেন তাহলে ইউ উইল বি স্টুপিড ফর অনলি ওয়ান টাইম, আর ট্রেনিং এ যদি আপনি কোয়েশ্চেন না করেন ইউ উইল রিমেইন স্টুপিড ফর রেস্ট অফ ইউর লাইফ। And which one you prefer, that depends on you. ঠিক আছে, এই জন্য আমি যে কোনো জায়গায় গেছি আমি গাধার মতো কোয়েশ্চেন করছি। হ্যাঁ, 10টা কোয়েশ্চেনের মধ্যে 3টার মধ্যে লোকে হাসছে, কিন্তু এটা আপনি জানেন আপনি যেটা কোয়েশ্চেন বুঝেন না, এটা কেউ বুঝে না। এতটুকু মনে রাখবেন, এতটুকু মনে রেখেই আপনি কোয়েশ্চেন করবেন। আপনি কোয়েশ্চেন করলে মানে বাকিদের থেকে বেশি আর কেউ হবে না, হোয়াট এভার দি কোয়েশ্চেন মাইট বি। বলেন
স্যার। হ্যালো,
very difficult.
University to Denmark.
হ্যাঁ,
Is it outroaming or inroaming?
মার্টিন যখন সে তার নেটওয়ার্ক ছেলে আমার নেটওয়ার্কে ঢুকলো, আমার নেটওয়ার্কের জন্য এটা রিলেটিভ, এটা ইটস এ গুড কোয়েশ্চেন। ইট ইজ রিলেটিভ। ফর মি হি ইজ অ্যান ইনরোমার, ফর ডেনমার্ক হি ইজ অ্যান আউটরোমার। ঠিক আছে, আমার জন্য সে ইনরোমার। আমি যদি রাজশাহী ইউনিভার্সিটি হই, বাইরের থেকে একজন আসছে ইন করছে, সে ইনরোমার।
এখানে যে রিকোয়েস্টটা ডেনমার্কে পৌঁছালো আর কি, এই যে প্রসেসটা পুরোটা,
না না ওইটা রিকোয়েস্টের উপর না, এই লোকটা যে এখানে আসলো এখান থেকে রিকোয়েস্টটা জেনারেট করলো, ওই লোকটা হলো ইনরোমার। আমরা রিকোয়েস্টের রেসপেক্টে আবার এটা ডিফারেন্ট হয়ে যাবে। রিকোয়েস্টের রেসপেক্ট আমরা বলি না। আমি যখন আমার মোবাইল নিয়ে যদি আমি গ্রামীণ নেটওয়ার্কের রোমিং নেই, যদিও এটা নাই, ইন্ডিয়াতে আছে, এক অপারেটর থেকে আরেক অপারেটরে গেলে রোমিং হয়, তাইলে যেই অপারেটরে আমি সার্ভিসটা নিলাম সেই অপারেটরের জন্য আমি ইনরোমার, যে অপারেটরের আমি অরিজিনাল সাবস্ক্রাইবার তার জন্য আমি আউটরোমার। থ্যাংক ইউ। কোনটা? So Martin is generating a request. The access request is coming to RU IRS. RU IRS from the domain name DTU DK. It can understand that it is a foreign authentication because what is local to RUS? Only RUSC. Other than that, everything is foreign party. So it will send it to BDRAN. Even BDRAN doesn't know who is DTU DK. So whenever nothing is known to BDRAN, the only way it can forward the traffic, either it can drop the traffic or the way it can forward the traffic to its TLR. So it will send it to HARNET or RNet, that is top level radius. Now RNet, it knows that who is DK, but it doesn't know DTU. So as it is DK, it will send it to Denmark NRS. Now Denmark NRS knows who is DTU. So it will send it to DTU IRS. Okay. And an access accept request, accept response will flow all the way to the Rajshahi University IRS. Okay, next few slides, very simple coverage. Normally universities, research organizations and libraries, but many of the airports have already been covered through EduRoam. We are trying for long to get coverage, to give coverage to our airports, but still it has not happened. But we are still in pursuit. And future, all hotels, all airports, government offices, even the internet cafes and coffee houses. Some of the coffee houses are already there, foreign countries. Okay. More than 100 countries it has covered throughout the world. Benefits. There are, I will share this presentation. So I will share this presentation and there are URLs. So you can go through those URLs. We don't have enough time. So you can go through those URLs and you can have a look. The main site is eduroam.org and there are different sub-sites. So you can browse through in your leisure time and you can get the outputs. So availability. I don't have internet. If I had internet, I could show you the inside Bangladesh. Probably Mehdi will show you or Jamil will show you. Inside Bangladesh, browse through this portal and you can click on APAN and you can see that in Bangladesh where EduRoam, presence of EduRoam is there. Okay. So benefits, 7/24 service. It is available all the time. You don't need to collect the password from somebody else as you travel from campus to campus or even from building to building. In some of the, if you have web wireless encryption protocol configured in your AP, then if you move from one AP to another, your password might not work. So that will not happen in this case. Security, because your user ID and password, not actually password, we will see what is that. It is traveling all the way from your local institute to a foreign institute and it is coming back. So is it safe? So that is the basic question. It is mentioned that you can read here, EduRoam is based on the most secure encryption and authentication standards in existence today. Its security by far exceeds typical commercial hotspots. Typical commercial hotspots normally use WEP or radius protocol. So it is the most secure protocol, but it is, I'm saying that it is theoretical. Whether it is secured or it is not secured, that will depend on your configuration. So you have to understand that, how you are configuring, whether you are following the right path to configure it properly. Otherwise, the security nobody can ensure. Okay. Suppose when you want to get access to a secured website, what it does, it gives you a certificate and it asks you a question whether you trust this certificate or not. How many of us go to the very details to check whether this certificate is valid or not? Normally we trust it. Always say yes, yes, yes. But this is not the right way of dealing with EduRoam. If you do it, then your credential might be divulged. Nobody can protect you. That's why there are ways that so that you cannot click on yes. Whenever some rock server will come into play to take your credential, automatically you will get disconnected. So there are ways to protect yourself. So you have to know all the ways and you have to protect it by yourself. It's absolutely free of cost. Benefits: one user ID, one password, and access anytime using eduroam. So here you can see in the presence of eduroam in Bangladesh. This Patuakhali Science and Technology University, they have eduroam. In Chittagong, probably Chuet. In Sylhet, SUST. In Mymensingh, BOU. In Dhaka, there are 8 sites, 8 campuses. Okay, now a little bit configuration part, how it can be deployed in a campus. So there are 3 parts. Okay, the first part is called supplicant. That means your laptop or your mobile. The second part is called authenticator. This is actually the equipment part I am meaning. I don't know whether part is the right word. The second one is authenticator. Authenticator means your access point or your controller. And the third one is the authentication server. That is your radius server. So the tested brands are like Fortinet, TP-Link, Cisco, Aruba. Those are all tested. Normally, we mention that if your AP supports 802.1x protocol, that is WAP WPA Enterprise protocol, and if it supports multiple SSID, then you can go with eduroam. Even with single, you can go. But normally, we keep one ID for normal user and one SSID for eduroam user. So that's why our demand will be at least to have 2 SSIDs. So those are called authenticator. And the institutional radius server, the recommended platform will be CentOS, and you will configure it on CentOS platform. Then the national level radius server, the recommended platform is Ubuntu. I don't know which platform they will use. And the application, the free radius that is recommended for institutional radius server, and national roaming operator radius server, it is RADSEC proxy. Why RADSEC proxy? Because RADSEC proxy is a lightweight application. Free radius is a heavyweight application. RADSEC proxy doesn't do any local authentication. It only routes the traffic. So for NRS, it doesn't need to actually do any local authentication, right? When BDRN gets a request from Russia University, it needs to either send it to its TLR or its IDP. Okay, so BDRN NRS, they need to only route the traffic. They don't need to authenticate. So which server will authenticate for BDRN users? If BDRN NRS doesn't do it, which server will authenticate for BDRN user? Because I am also a BDRN user. Okay, I have NRS. So if I generate a credential from here, if my NRS had RADSEC proxy doesn't do any authentication, it only route. So it gets a traffic for Russia University, it will send it to Russia University. If it gets a traffic for Sweden, it will send it to its TLR. Then how my credential is going to be authenticated? Anyone? Bhai? Question হলো RADSEC proxy তো কোনো authentication করে না, এটা খালি routing করে, এই জন্য এটা লাইট ওয়েট আর কি। তাহলে আমার তো NRS আছে, in BDRN I have an NRS, তাহলে আমার এনআরএস তো রেটসেক প্রক্সি। তাহলে আমি যদি রাজশাহী ইউনিভার্সিটি থেকে একটা রিকোয়েস্ট জেনারেট করি বা এখান থেকে একটা রিকোয়েস্ট জেনারেট করি, then it will reach my NRS. Then how my request is going to be authenticated if I don't have any free radius service? Good. The answer is I must have a separate IDP for that. So for doing the authentication, I need to have an IDP. So what we did, so only NRAN has to have presence in two different layers. One is to route the traffic between institutes, and the other one is to authenticate its own credentials. This is clear to you all. প্রত্যেকটা এনরেনের তো দুইটা রোল। Each NRAN has two roles. The first role, the NRAN has to route the traffic from institution to institution. It can be local institution, it can be foreign institution. The second role is it has its own users, it has its own traffic. আমি যেমন NRAN এর একজন user, my credential is going to be authenticated. That's why I need two servers in BDRAN. One to route the traffic, that is NRS, and the second one is IRS, institutional radius server. So my NRS will route the traffic to my IRS, BDRAN IRS. Then IRS will authenticate. IRS has the user credential. Okay. So now we are supposed to understand why free radius is used in institutional radius server, because it's a heavyweight software, and for authentication we need some heavyweight software. Also free radius does the routing. It also does routing, right? Suppose someone from Denmark is visiting Russia University. In that case, it is not doing any authentication. It is just routing the traffic to BDRAN. So free radius does both the job, routing and authentication. RADSEC proxy only does the routing part, no authentication. That's why RADSEC proxy is lighter weight and free radius is heavyweight software. So these are the platforms that we are going to use, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you cannot use CentOS in NRO radius server. Any Linux server is good enough. So you can go for free radius as a NRO radius server. No issue. Instead of doing RADSEC proxy, you can go with free radius. But the problem is the weight will be a little bit heavier without any additional advantage. How to implement eduroam? As I mentioned that you have to configure your end device for giving the service, and this end device is called supplicant. You have to configure your access point. This access point is known as authenticator. You have to configure your institutional radius server, that is known as authentication server. And your NRAN needs to configure their radius server, which will do only the routing, realm routing. That means if it gets RUSCBD, it will send it to Russia University. If it gets DT, it will send it to its TLR. Which one? NRO is BDRAN part. It has many different names, NRO, NRS. Your mobile phone is your end device. Your laptop can be your end device. That is supplicant. Now configuring supplicant, this is very easy. You have to do two things. The first thing is you have to configure eduroam as SSID, and you have to enable WPA2 enterprise encryption, that is 802.1x, the same protocol. Then you have to select eduroam SSID. It is in my laptop, that's why it might look little bit complicated. We do it all the time. Whenever we go to a new SSID, a new zone, we select the SSID and then we provide user ID and password. This is little bit different. When you will go for 802.1x authentication, only in that case, your end device, your supplicant will ask for user ID and password. That is actually 802.1x authentication. And that's why you have to use it, because you have to give your user ID and password. It is not normal web. With normal web, you have to give only the password that is given, that is configured in the access point. But in this case, you have to give your user ID and password, and don't forget about the realm. Normally, we give user ID and password for our local authentication, those who already have the Radius server configured at their campus. But in this case, your username must be followed by the realm, that is domain, BD NetBD or RUACBD or PUSTACBD, whatever it might be. Otherwise, the routing will not happen. You will give the user ID and password, and you will see that you are not getting connected, only because the routing is not happening. So please check it. Initially, we used to make this mistake, but once you get accustomed to, you will be used to it and you will get connected. Okay. So this is nothing. I will not actually waste time with these slides. This is the configuration pictorial diagram of what I have shown. And you have to put connect. When you put connect, when you click on connect, you see you have to give your username and you have to give your password. It will ask for it. And if the authentication is good, you will get connected. Then access point configuration. This is also simple. There are only 2 steps actually. You have to configure the LAN interface of your access point. It can be also DHCP. So if you need to put your local address, then you have to put your local address to configure the LAN. Then the part which is related with eduroam is the part. So in the wireless part, as SSID, you have to put eduroam. For authentication or for encryption, you have to put WPA2 enterprise. Okay. Once you select this option, it will seek for putting your Radius server IP. So here you will put your institutional Radius server IP address. The Radius port, normally it is fixed 1812. Nobody changes it, but you can. If you change it, you have to change it in your server first, and then you have to change it in your authenticator. And there is a shared secret in the configuration of Radius server. So you have to give that password here. So all these things, you have to do it by yourself. So I think that the instructors, they will arrange a session to configure the authenticator part. Okay. There are 2 types of authenticator. I have shown here only the access point, but suppose you have 100 access point in your campus, then what you are going to do? You have to go for a controller. Otherwise, you have to go to each access point and you have to configure this. And once you change the Radius server IP, you have to again go to each of the access point and you have to do this. So it is not possible. So the authenticator classification, there are two types of authenticator. One is the access point and another one is controller. So if you want to check how an authenticator, how a controller is configured as authenticator, I have a very good reference here. I don't know whether this course will cover it. I have a very good reference, and there you will get the step-by-step configuration of an Aruba controller and a YouTube video. Okay, Aruba controller and also a Cisco controller. So if you are interested, you can go through that video. It will be there in the reference. Then the challenging part, the configuration of institutional radius server. Okay. That is the most challenging part, and that is the most complicated part of this presentation also. But you don't need to understand everything. Just if you get the basic idea, okay, the flow of authentication, how it flows. If you get that idea, then once you do the configuration, you will understand, suppose 20 to 30%. Okay. By doing it repeatedly, you will do it in the configuration part. You have to change many different parameters. Believe me. If you go with the configuration, they will give you. You will learn nothing. Nothing means, of course, you will learn something. 10 to 15%. But you have to keep on changing the parameters. How you will change it? You cannot change it knowing nothing. You have to know something. Then you have to follow the presentation and you have to see the impact of changes. How you will see that? Because it will either give you access accept or access reject. So what are the ways of checking why you are getting an access reject? Any clue? If you normally check it, okay, you are using your mobile, connect, disconnect, nothing else. So how you will understand that what is going wrong? The free radius has a very good debugging option. So you have to debug what is coming, what is happening inside, and what is it sending and why it is sending. To understand that, free radius has a very good debugging option. You don't use it, right? Debugging radius d minus x, capital X. If you do it, then everything will be vivid. Log is kind of, but log is not, log doesn't give the full reflection of the message flow. The full reflection, I have checked both log and the debugging option. You will do it. Everybody does it, but you have to know where the keyword lies. That's my point. Everybody does it. Even I myself do it. This is very easy, but you need to know the technique. That is my point, just to know the technique. Okay, so let's move forward. So step 1, those are prerequisites and installation of free radius. There are কোশ্চেনটা দেখেন তো, কোশ্চেনটা রাখেন, পরে কোশ্চেন অথবা লিখে দেন আমাকে. Okay, thank you for the question. I will answer it. So let me continue. So installation, there are 4 to 5 slides. I will not go into the details. You will do it by yourself. The first step is installation of free radius software. There are total 5 steps. Probably there are 6 steps because they will go for Dalo radius, which I haven't considered here. But the reference which I have followed, they have also step 6, Dalo radius. But I didn't do it and I didn't put it here. So first you have to update the server. We all know what is the command, or it will be in the script. It is there in internet. Then you have to install the Apache web server and PHP with all its paraphernalia. Yeah? Then you have to install and configure MariaDB if you want SQL authentication. Then you have to install that MariaDB stuff. If you want that your authentication will be done from flat file, you don't need that. Then you have to install the free radius. Okay. And step 5 is the configuration part, which we shall see in details. So these are the commands, very simple command. Just you have to put it over there for update, DNF-y update, like installation of PHP, DNF-y, install HTTPD PHP, then the other paraphernalia of PHP, then the database, and then you can check then you can make it enable so that while it boots up, it will automatically activate the daemon. You can check the status and you can open the firewall port so that from outside anybody can access it. Same goes with MariaDB, very simple installation, and once it is done, you can test by putting the command select version. You will do it by yourself, so don't worry. I'm not going to waste my time. There is nothing to gather any concept over here. Then you have to grant the access to this SQL database, because once you get the user ID and password, if you don't have the admin access, you cannot check whether the credential is correct or not. And flash privileges means the granting of access will be activated. Then installation of free radius. It is very simple. Once you install it, then you have to enable it so that the radius daemon, it will start up during the booting process. Then you can check the status whether the radius D daemon is active or not, and you can use the firewall command to give access from outside of your network. Then the preparation of MariaDB, access to MariaDB database from free radius's point of view. There are few configuration, like you have to, through dialect, there are many different types of database, like MySQL, Oracle. There are many different types of database. Since it is MySQL, so you have to select the MySQL database, and the later part is the connectivity part. You have to get the connection, like server is localhost. So if it doesn't necessarily mean that your free radius server will be your SQL server. Okay, your SQL server might be a different entity. So which configuration will define that? The server configuration here, it will define whether it is a local server or it is a remote server. The port is 3306. The login ID and password, that is admin login ID and password, which we here. You can remember, and all on radius.start to radius@localhost, identified by this radius@localhost is the admin user, and the strong radius password, this is the password, and this we are using here. Okay, radius is the user and password is strong radius pass. Everything you will do by yourself, so don't worry about that. And at the end of that, you have to put systemctl start radius ID to activate the demo. Okay, this is little bit complicated, but not that complicated as it looks. Okay, this is the internal method you need to know if you want to understand the configuration of free radius. Okay, so the main file is located in radiusd.conf. Okay, the main configuration. What it holds the, suppose he was mentioning that the log file. We all know that var log, then the application server name, and that holds the log file. So the radiusd.conf will identify where the log file will be located. How many times? Suppose there is a communication between IRS and NRS. Okay, how long that communication will sustain? How long? The IRS is sending an access request to the NRS and it is waiting for the reply. How long it will wait? So that will be defined in radiusd.conf. That is the basic configuration file, which you don't need to touch. The beauty of free radius is you don't need to touch the basic radiusd.conf. Okay, it works automatically, but you can go, there are many different parameters. Suppose your NRS is located far away and it is highly busy. So in that case, what you need to do? In that case, you need to give your IRS enough time for it to get the accept or access reject message. In that case, you have to go inside radiusd.conf. And normally the allowed time is 30 seconds. So you can manipulate. You can make it 60 seconds. You can make it 45 seconds. So in those cases, you have to get inside radiusd. That's why I was mentioning, you can configure it without knowing anything. But once there is any problem, if you don't know where to go, one simple answer is, as he has already mentioned, go to internet. Yes, that is the best way. But sometimes in internet, most of the time you will get it, probably 90%. But for 10%, you might miss it. So in that case, you need to know which file actually doing what. So at least my request will be at least to go to radiusd.conf and check what parameters are there. And free radius is an excellent software because all the documentations are there. It is true that all the documentations I don't understand, but many of them I do understand. And once I understand, it gives me immense pleasure that, okay, fine, I have understood it and now I can manipulate with this parameter. Parameter is very simple. That is only the. Okay, so we will check each and every step. The main thing is these two files, the clients.conf and proxy.conf. What is there in clients.conf? Clients.conf defines which are the clients for your institutional radius server. Okay, now which one will be my client? Is it authenticator or is it supplicant? It is always the authenticator. Okay, the equipment or the device is giving you the access request message. That is your client. So in case of NRS, which are the devices which are giving you the access request message? Huh? No, router, I don't mean router. Of course, everything is coming through router, but router doesn't generate the access request message. Which device generates access request? No, you are in the radius server. You are getting the access request. Controller or access point. Okay. They are generating the access request. So your access point must be defined. The IP address of your access point must be defined in client's conf. Okay. Otherwise, if you bug, you will get that client is unknown. You are getting access request, client is a very clear debugging tools and debugging message. Clients unknown. Okay. And what is another device which must be used in IRS as client? Think about the hierarchy. খালি access point থেকে আসে access request for outroamers. Is going to access point. Outroamer, suppose someone from your university is traveling outside the world, then who is going to be the client? NRS. So for IRS, there will be two types of client. One is access point or controller, one is NRS. So you have to understand that. If you understand that, then that is as simple as that, clients.conf. So only your understanding. Then comes the proxy.conf. Okay, let me. Radius conf, very simple. I'm not going to pass time, already explained. So if you look at it pictorially, this is like this. The access point, that is one client. So this is your client's conf file. Okay. You see that the IP address of this access point 163.47.36.2, that must be defined as a client. Okay. These are for the inside users. And the other one, that is the NRS for outroamers. So that IP address 163.47.37.14, that must be defined in your client's conf. This is clear, right? So clients.conf, we are clear about it. Now proxy.conf. So what proxy.conf does, it does the routing part. Okay. Suppose I am doing it for BDRAN NetBD, this IRS, I am configuring it for BDRAN NetBD. So if the realm, I mentioned many a times, what is a realm? Realm is the domain name. If the realm is bdran.net.bd, then it will understand it as a local authentication. So you see realm bdran.net.bd, it's no script, that means it's do nothing. So it's a local authentication. It will send it to the authentication part. You see, in here, it will match the realm. What proxyconf does, it will match the realm. If the realm matches, it will send it to local authentication. If the realm doesn't match, then it will send it for remote authentication. So the same thing pictorially. So you see, it does nothing, it's a local authentication. Now, if the realm is anything other than BDRAN, probably you know this wildcard. How many of you are used to working with Linux or any type of Unix. You know it. Okay, is there anyone who is not comfortable with using Linux? Now, don't feel shy. Don't feel ashamed. It might happen. Okay, those who use Linux, you know that what this wildcard means. The realm, it is defined here. The tilde, it means start. Then dot plus, it means any character, and dollar means end. That means any other matching other than this BD and net BD will match here. And what it does, it will activate the pool eduroam. And how pool eduroam is defined? As home server pool. So the home server is identified by IP address 163.47.37.14. That means route this traffic to the NRS. Okay. So it will be routed to NRS. Only BD and net BD will be local authentication. Any other realm will be routed to the NRS. All about proxy.conf, nothing else. Sorry. Again, okay. So what proxy.conf does? Dollar. You mean the wildcard? Dollar means end. So wildcard, this wildcard tilde is the starting, dot plus is any character, dot means character, plus means any number of character, and dollar is the end. That means any other, everything will be matched in here, like star. Okay. Global wildcard, actually. So this is the routing which is done in proxy.conf, and you will configure it, so you will know that how to configure. But to understand the concept, how this is works. So we are done with clients.conf and proxy.conf. Now the authentication part. Okay. So before doing the authentication, you need to understand some concept, how eduroam works. What are the tunnels? As I have mentioned that eduroam is the most secured protocol, authentication protocol. It uses the most secured authentication protocol. So you need to understand how this security is ensured. Okay. To ensure this security, there are two tunnels. One is outside tunnel and one is inside tunnel. How many of you understand tunnel? Some tunnel under the ground. Okay. It's tunnel over internet. But what is a tunnel actually? Even in my earlier part of my life, I had to read books after book to understand what is a concept, what tunnel actually means. Virtual link. বলেন তো এই টানেল কি? আপনারা করেন না? You know, you do GRE tunnel, IPsec tunnel. What is tunnel? What it does? Why it is called tunnel? What happens inside the frame structure? What happens inside the frame when it is a tunnel? Why it is called tunnel? না না বসে বলেন। Is it correct? Huh? All of you agree, right? What he is mentioning is encrypted tunnel. Tunnel doesn't mean encryption. GRE is an open tunnel. It's an open tunnel. When you are IPsec over GRE, then it becomes an encrypted tunnel. I don't know whether it is secured or not, but it becomes encrypted. Encrypted doesn't mean secure. It depends on your encryption, whether it is secured or not. So tunnel doesn't mean encryption. Tunnel means you are putting the packet inside some other address. When you are making it GRE, you have probably 192.168 some private IP. Then you are putting another header, and your original goes inside another header. Okay, that's why it is encapsulated actually. A header and footer that is encapsulating that frame. That's why we call it tunnel. Okay, it can be in different format that we shall see here. Okay, but tunnel doesn't mean that it is encrypted. So in this case, we have two different tunnels. Okay, so one, a level of encryption will be there, definitely. It is encrypted, a level of encryption will be there. And the second layer, another level of encryption will be there. So if you want to break the tunnel, then you have to first break the first encryption, and then you have to move to the second, breaking the second encryption to get the message of the tunnel. So our user credential by MSCHAP version 2. I shall explain what is MSCHAP version 2. So that is our inside tunnel, and outside tunnel is EAP TLS or EAP TTLS. I will explain. Tunnel is your frame. That frame is encapsulated by another header and footer. That you can consider it as a tunnel. Okay. It can be a level of encryption. That can also happen. But it can be without encryption. That is also a tunnel. GRE, normally it's an open tunnel. But when you make it, that becomes an encrypted tunnel. So many of you might know how MSCHAP works, but it is important here to understand the concept. The client sends its username, no password. Okay, it's an authentication protocol. Challenge handshake authentication protocol. No password. Remember, password is not sent over the communication channel. Then what the server does, server has in its database, it has stored James as the username and pass111 as the password. What server does, server creates a challenge message, and then it sends the challenge message to the client. You follow the concept. I have a question at the end. Okay. What the client does, client put his password, and appends the channel message with the password and generates a hash. You know hash. Huh? Then what is the difference between encryption and hashing? You never ask yourself these types of questions. কখনো মনে হয় নাই যে encryption hashing? These are very simple, but if you don't walk through the right path, these are very complex. SHA and MD5, those are hash protocol. DAS, 3DAS, AES, those are encryption protocol. So why they are different? Raise your voice, please. You are right. You are right, but you are absolutely right. From encrypted message, we can get the decrypted message, but from a hash, we can never get the message back. Then why we use hash? That is a question. What is the use of hash? And if you have the message, suppose you have a message, you have a letter, you will generate a hash. You can. And I can generate hash. And I will get the same hash. You don't need any key. For encryption, you need key to encrypt, and that key for decryption, or the asymmetric key. It can be public private key. We will come into that next. But then what is the use of hash? If you generate the same hash, and if I generate the same hash, what is the use of hash? Authentication. Authentication, how authentication? Okay, fine. Your concept is okay, but the terminology you have used, it's not authentication. It's the integrity of the message. Whenever you download a Cisco image, at the end of that, you will get a hash. Why? Are you searching in the internet? No problem. You can search. If you can find out, then it is good. The thing is, hash ensures the integrity of the message. Suppose I have sent a message that please transfer 1,000 taka from this account to that account. But during transfer, it might happen, a bit loss might happen. This 1,000 may become 1 million or may become 2,000. How it will be ensured that this 1,000 is 1,000? What I am saying is what you are receiving, or what I have received is what you have sent. That is ensured by hash. But in this case, in MS-CHAP, we use hash for authentication. How? Because this password plus this challenge message, it will generate a hash. Suppose you might have a file of 100 kilobyte. What will be the size of the hash? SHA, MD5, what is the size? SHA-64, SHA-128, SHA-192, 192 byte. That is the hash. And where is hash stored? How the hash is transferred? You transfer the message, and you will always append the hash at the end of the message. That is the way of communication. The receiving party, they will receive both the message and the hash. From the message, they will again calculate the hash, and they will check whether the calculated hash matches the received hash. If there is a match, then they will accept that, okay, there is no change in the message, so I can take it for granted that this message has not been changed during communication. So a message can be of kilobytes, but hash is 190 bytes. That's the madam has said that you cannot get back the message, 100 kilobyte message. You cannot get it back from 128 byte or 192 byte. It's impossible. But it expresses the integrity of the message. You can say that, okay, if I change a byte, the hash will change. Of course, change. Maybe in 1 billion, the two of the hashes will match for different messages. Maybe out of a billion. Even if you change a single bit, the hash will change. That 192 byte will not remain. The algorithm is so fantastic algorithm, and it is there for years after years. So in this case, what we do, we generate a hash and we send this hash as a challenge response. And what server does? Server calculates the same hash, and if they match, if there is a match, that means that the credential is okay, and it sends an access accept message in response. So if it is not pass 111, if it is pass 112, then it will not match. The hash will be different. Why we are using here the challenge message? Anybody has any idea? Why we are using challenge message? Why we are not asking the client to generate a hash from his password and send it to me? Why I am sending the challenge message? Sorry. As key, that is fine. Why we need the key? What was the harm if he could generate the hash from the password and send the hash? The problem was anybody else could catch that hash and send that as his access credential. But in this case, it will not happen because this challenge message is going to be changed each and every time the server responds. So each and every time this hash will change. Although the password will remain always the same, pass 111, but the hash is not going to remain the same. That's why the challenge message has come. But even with this MS-CHAP version 2, this challenge message, it is not 100% secure. That is there. Some YouTube video is also there that MS-CHAP version 2 is not fully secure. So that's why we need another encryption to hide this encryption. And that's why it is used in the inner tunnel, not in the outer tunnel. If it is used as a single tunnel or only in the outer tunnel, then the password would have been divulged. Okay. Now about the outer tunnel. What we use in the outer tunnel? We use EAP. EAP is Extensible Authentication Protocol. Okay. There are many different EAP. TLS, EAP PIP, and EAP TTLS. The difference is very minute, but if you understand, it is very, very interesting. What is EAP TLS? How EAP TLS works? Do you know about certificate? What is a certificate? Here it is saying that the server is sending a certificate. I'm going to see a certificate. What is certificate? What is there inside the certificate? Anybody? বলেন আরে আপনি সামনে এসে বসেন আপনি সব উত্তর পারেন আপনি সামনে এসে
স্যার বেসিক্যালি ডিজিটাল সার্টিফিকেট যেটা প্রথমত হচ্ছে যে প্রত্যেকটা কোম্পানিকে থার্ড পার্টির কাছ থেকে সার্টিফিকেট আগে এনশিওর করে নিতে হয় ওই থার্ড পার্টি ওই কোম্পানির ইনফরমেশন গুলো রাখে আর কি রাখার পরে তারা যখন কি শুধুমাত্র ওই যেই কাছ থেকে তারাই জানবে।
কি থাকে সার্টিফিকেটের মধ্যে? What is there inside a certificate?
সার্টিফিকেটের মধ্যে স্যার
You have correctly mentioned that company profile is there. But what is the main thing inside a certificate which I get from a certificate? What is the main thing? Huh? Public key. 100% correct answer. The public key is the main thing which is there inside a certificate. And that public key is tagged with the information of the organization. When you want to generate a certificate, even using Linux, you will find that what you need to put, your organization name, your organization ID, your name, your ID, then department name, country ID. And all these are tagged with the public key of yourself. And that defines a certificate. Okay? And what CA does? CA কি করে? একটু আপনি অনেক কিছু জানেন, আমার থেকে বেশি জানেন, কিন্তু এখানে একটু গন্ডগোল আছে। সেটা হলো it takes all the information, generates a hash and encrypt that hash with its private key. Okay, again hash comes. কারণ a message can be as big as anything. It can be a 100 kilobyte message, but CA or any certification authority cannot encrypt the full message, cannot sign the full message. এই যে বলি না আমরা digital signing, it's nothing. Generating a hash and encrypt that by your private key, that is signing, that is digital signing. আমরা মনে করি digital signing, না জানি কি, কিন্তু for that you have to understand what is hashing, what is private key, and what is public key. তাহলে আপনি আমার certificate, if you take my certificate, you see here in the EPTLS, there is nothing else. There are two certificates, authentication server certificate and supplicant certificate. Even in EPIP, there is nothing. Only the certificate is exchanged. No user ID, no password. You are trusting me, I am trusting you. Why? How? How it is happening? If I take your certificate and if I use it as my certificate,
তারপরে কি পে করতে হবে তো?
হ্যাঁ,
পে করতে হয় তারপরে গিয়ে, এবং এইটুকু ট্রাস্ট করতেই হয়।
now suppose you have taken a certificate, okay? Certificate being communicated through open channel, through open media. So I can grab your certificate. I am a spoofer. I can grab your certificate.
Because you need private key.
Of course, good answer. If I take his certificate, I am taking his certificate, no problem. I am giving it to you. And you are using that certificate to give me the message. You are giving me the message. But I cannot decrypt that message because you are encrypting that with the public key of that certificate that is written over there. And that can only be decrypted by that person, by that private key. That is the beauty of the certificate. I'm not sure how many of you do understand it, but it is a little bit complicated. But those who understand it, try to make your concept clear. What is hashing, what is encryption, and what is certificate. It is very, very interesting chapter. And it is not that complex. I don't have enough time. If I had enough time, I could try to make it even clearer. But in this case, it is only certificate. So what happens in EPTLS, they only trust certificate. So those who understand little bit less. Just think that certificate contains your public key. Okay. Suppose we are exchanging some message and this is confidential message. So you will encrypt the message with my public key, When you are sending message, you will encrypt it with my public key. And when I will send the message, I will encrypt it by your public key. Okay. In that case, nobody other than me can decrypt the message you are sending, and nobody other than you can decrypt the message which I am sending. So if we can ensure that you receive my genuine certificate, not his certificate. Okay. If he pretends to be me, if that guy pretends to be me and exchange his certificate with you and say that, okay, it is Mr. Torit's certificate, and you encrypt the message with his certificate's public key, then I cannot decrypt, rather he will decrypt. So this is important. You need to know that this certificate belongs to me, and I need to know that this certificate belongs to you. If that is clear, then nobody else in the world can decrypt the message other than you and me. Nobody. That thing must be ensured. Okay. Now, in IPTLS, there is only certificate. In IPPIP, there is certificate. Why it is IPPIP? It is IP, then it is called protected IP. That means there are two tunnels. First tunnel is IP. First, they exchange the certificate. Okay. So you know my public key, I know your public key. That is the certificate, nothing else. You know my public key, I know your public key. That means I got your certificate, you got my certificate. Okay. And then an encrypted tunnel is created. That encrypted tunnel, they again pass the IP message. So that's why it is IP protected by another IP. That's why it is IP, protected IP. But we use in eduroam, we use neither IPTLS nor IPPIP. The challenge with IPTLS in configuring eduroam, we can do it. IPTLS can be used. But the challenge is for each client, you need to generate a certificate. That is very challenging. Because once you generate the certificate, there is a validity. So if that person leaves the organization, their certificate is still valid. So you have to identify who is leaving, who is coming. Those who are coming, generate a certificate. Those who are leaving, then cancel the certificate. So that is very complex, complicated. That's why we use IPTLS. What is IPTLS? IPTLS is exchange of certificate. So encrypted tunnel is created. And then within that tunnel, we transfer our credential using MS-CHAP. So MS-CHAP, there is an encryption that is inside tunnel, and the outside tunnel is IP tunnel. Okay. So don't get disheartened, those who don't understand. Everything you don't need to understand. But if you can, or if you know which one you didn't understand, that is also an understanding. People in this world, those who have achieved something, they don't know their strength. They mostly know their, if you know limitations, then it is fine, no problem. You can work with your limitations. Everybody in this world has limitations. Don't worry about that. So if we see this diagram, it will be clear how the tunnel is created. So normally the authenticator, it sends an IP request. The supplicant, that means the laptop or the mobile phone, it sends an IP response ID, and authenticator forwards that request ID to the Radius server. And you see the tunnel is between the supplicant and the radius server. Nobody in between is interfering, even not the authenticator. Authenticator is passing it through. So if TLS starts here, then the client is saying hello, and the initialization part is done. Okay, the tunnel is yet to be created. Only the initialization part is done. Why the tunnel is not created? What needs to be done to create the tunnel? এই বিজ্ঞ ব্যক্তি বলেন, what needs to be done to complete the tunnel? Certificate exchange. So next comes the exchange of certificate. আপনি আমার চেয়ারে এসে বসেন, আপনি ওখানে বসছেন। So you see, authentication server is sending the certificate. That means, check it here. The radius server's public key is available with the supplicant. How? The certificate that has been shared carries the public key of the radius server. Okay. And then the supplicant certificate. Once the supplicant certificate, the supplicant's public key, my public key is there with the radius server. Now the tunnel is created. This is the tunnel. Whatever message follows, all encrypted. Only the supplicant and radius server can decrypt that, nobody else. So forget about everything. Just যারা একটু কম বুঝতে পারছেন বা যারা মনে করছেন যে আমি শুধু বকবক করছি, তাদের জন্য বলি যে just understand that an encrypted tunnel is created here by the public keys, by exchanging the public keys, radius server and the supplicant. Now whatever message follows, it will be only understandable by supplicant and radius server. So what I was mentioning previously, this diagram contradicts a bit, because I am saying here the supplicant certificate. I was mentioning that supplicant doesn't have any certificate. It is not possible to give certificate to each of the supplicant. So in this case, I am showing here the supplicant certificate. What does it mean? This certificate is actually a fake certificate. It's not a genuine certificate. It's a fake certificate. Because the supplicant doesn't care about his information to be encrypted. বুঝাইতে পারলাম? এখানে আমি কি এনক্রিপশন করতে চাই? What I need to encrypt here? My user ID and password. Which key will be used to encrypt that? Radius server's public key. So radius server certificate must mean I am browsing www.yahoo.com. That message might be encrypted, might not be encrypted. I don't care who is getting that message. But the server's public key, if that is not genuine, then anybody else will get my password. That is important. My password is not being encrypted by my public key. It is being encrypted by server's public key. So server must have a genuine certificate. That's why supplicant's public key, that certificate actually is not a valid certificate. It's a fake certificate. Just being used to, or just it is used to make the protocol work, nothing else. So tunnel is created. Now again through this tunnel, authentication server certificate is again shared. I don't know why this is shared. I have gone through many articles to get the answer, but I haven't understood, or I couldn't figure it out why this authentication server certificate is again exchanged through this encrypted tunnel. Then the MS-CHAP challenge and the supplicant's username and password that is not the username password, that is password with hash. And it is allowed either access or reject. So that is tunneling. So two tunnels we can see here. One is if and another one is MS-chat. So these are the two tunnels. And this tunnel is called if TTLS, not if PIP. If PIP is if tunnel protection, then another if tunnel inside. But it is if tunnel, and inside that is radius message, the MS-chat. MS-chat is authentication protocol, but the message is radius message. Okay, message is not MS-chat. MS-chat is an authentication protocol, but the message is carried by radius protocol. So if you understand, this diagram is very easy. This is outer tunnel and this is inner tunnel. Inner tunnel is MS-chat, outer tunnel is if TLS. So now the local authentication part. If you understand that, then I will take another 10 to 15 minutes to finish it off. Now the configuration starts, okay? So we know that this is if configuration, extensible authentication protocol. This if configuration file, it stays in the /etc raddb, that is the default directory for free radius, those who have installed it. And there is another folder inside it that is mods enabled. And inside that, previously, free radius previously means 2.0 version. It used to have a ifconf file in raddb. Now free radius 3 and onwards, it is under mods enable directory. So in the mods enable directory, you have to edit the if file, which you will do, and the default if type is normally MD5, and you have to change it to TTLS. And the TTLS, through the arrow, it is shown here that TTLS is defined here, that default if type will be MS-chat version 2. So authentication is defined, and virtual server is eduroam inner tunnel. Okay, there are two types of servers in free radius. One is called virtual server and one is called home server. Home server means it is a physical server. So whenever there is home server, you have to define the IP. But virtual server is a virtual server. It is not a physical server, it is only a file. So you see here the virtual server eduroam inner tunnel. It can be many names in your configuration. It might be a different name. So eduroam inner tunnel, that means it's a file. Where it is located? So now we know that our outside tunnel is if tunnel and inside tunnel is MS-chat version 2. So you see the local authentication is done. It is if TTLS authentication has been selected. Methodology, it is MS-chat. Okay, and it has been routed to eduroam inner tunnel. So it has been routed to, sorry, there is a mistake here. It should be eduroam inner tunnel. One moment, please. Okay, so where this eduroam inner tunnel is located, it is inside another folder, that is raddb sites enabled folder. So if we move ahead, what is there inside the eduroam inner tunnel? This is eduroam inner tunnel file. You see the authorization. Inside that authorization, how it will, what is the source of authentication, that is defined. It can be done through flat file. The files mean flat file or SQL file. Flat file you do understand, right? Flat file etc password, etc PSSWD, that is flat file. That is comma separated user ID password. That is normal text file. Okay, you will check it when you will use it. So here, why it is both flat file and SQL? For flexibility. Some may opt to do it with flat file, some may opt to do it with SQL. So if it is within flat file, then also it will authenticate, or if it is SQL file, it will authenticate. So first it will try on flat file. If it fails, it will go to SQL authentication. So location, the types and source of authentication is defined, and we are almost at the end. So if it is flat file, then the username must be defined in /etc reddb users file with username and clear text password. This is the this is the protocol of creating the file. This is the standard, or this is the norm of structure of creating the file. You have to put username, then you have to write clear text password. The operator is colon equal to, and then you have to put the password. Or if it is SQL database, then it is under a table called rat check. Authentication table is rat check, and within that file you have to insert a record with username. The attribute will be clear text password. The same as flat file is created. Operator will be colon equal to, and the value will contain the password. That's all, nothing else. You will do it by yourself, so you don't need to understand it that much. Now link radius with MariaDB. How to link it? There is a file named SQL. In that file, we have already mentioned that you have to define the database, which is MySQL. You have to define the driver, which is RLM SQL, and $database is actually MySQL. So it is, the driver name is RLM SQL MySQL. Then server, if it is a local server, then localhost, then login ID and password. Then you have to define the radius database, the name of the radius database. That means where your rat check file is located. Then if you want to do accounting, you can define the accounting table. So we are done with the configuration of free radius. That's all, nothing else you need to do. And this might be a bit complex through my presentation, but once you get the script and you will do it by yourself, it will be easy like anything. Okay. So there are 3 to 4 slides for NRO radius server, that is RATSEC proxy. If you understand this, RATSEC proxy is very easy. There are only 2 configurations, one is client and one is proxy. No authentication. So the complicated part is not there. What needs to be done to install? You need only 2 commands that will install your RATSEC proxy. The apt-get update and apt-get install RATSEC proxy, that will install it. The log file, you have to put the protocol, you have to put the port number, listen UDP, that is 12 port number. Then the log level, if you want to create a log file, you need to set the log level. 1 is minimum log, 5 is maximum log, and the log destination. And to prevent any loop, how loop can be created? If message is keeping on being exchanged between IRS and NRS, then there will be loop. So this loop prevention parameter will make the loop not happening or not persisting. Okay, here is the configuration. So same as proxy configuration in the client and proxy configuration in the free radius. So if we consider the IRS, then for NRS, who can be the client? For NRS, who can be the client? One is university IRS and the other can be, no, BTN is the server. Foreign, ETLR or TLR, they can be the client. They are sending the access request for my outroamers. So here you have to define the client. The client is ETLR1, ETLR2. Their IP addresses, and if the realm matches, where it will be sent? It will be sent to BTN IDP. So BTN IDP is defined. Server BTN IDP is 103.28.121.13. So this is for the access request which is coming from outside, destined to BTN. But this is only for one realm. What do you think? For 10 in the BTN NRS, how many realms should be created as server? Any idea? The access request is coming from these two ETLR or TLR. You don't need to make additional entries. But here we have only one entry, btn.net.bd. What do you think? How many entries should be there for the NRS as server? Each and every domain, that means RUSCBD, USTSCBD or BSMRA USCBD, each and every domain, and their IDP should be defined. The domain should be defined by realm and IDP should be defined by the server. Okay. For the access request which is being generated by IDP, in that case the client will be BTN IDP SP. Okay, and the server will be TLR1 and ETLR2. This is the other way around. This is happening for the access request which is coming from the BTN IDP. So in this case, the client will be many, because for each institute I might have a client, but the server is fixed. In this case, the server can be many, but in this case, the client can be many. These are some of the debugging commands. I found them very useful. So you can check it. There was a question. A question code. So tutorial is there in the reference. In the reference, the tutorials are there, okay, which will be useful. So any question from the audience, on site or virtual? Somebody raised his or her hand. 1 minute. Virtually আছে বলেন। Traffic is entirely different. Traffic routing will always follow the normally, if it is not configured otherwise, if there is no separate tunnel between my between BTN server and the ISP provider, normally the traffic will follow the ISP's route. That means the traffic will go through will use the ISP bandwidth, from which authentication, of course, it will come to BTD and NRS. They don't need to government office. Government office NRS, they cannot develop NRS, they can develop IRS. That they can do. Of course. User ID দিয়ে মানে আপনার উদ্দেশ্যটা কি? Okay. In the radiator, we could do it. In free radius, can we do it? Okay. But he is looking for, suppose he can only access from his mobile or from his or number of device. I don't think free radius it is possible. Simultaneous user, that is possible, but maximum session আমি জানি that can be done in radiator. Free radius possible. It is in red check, but in red check there is no other field. red check এ তো কোনো field নেই। আমার মনে হয় না না আমার মনে হয় এটা red accounting এর কথা বলতেছে। এমনি আসবে, check it. হ্যাঁ আমি তো কিছুই করি না। আমি তো শেয়ার করি। আমি তো জুমে জয়েন করি না। শেয়ার আমার ডেস্কটপ শেয়ার। red check এ আর কিছু নাই। There is only ID, username, attribute, OP value. That group check এ থাকতে পারে। ফ্রি রেডিয়াসে তো প্রশ্ন হলো ফ্রি রেডিয়াসে আমরা ডিভাইস লিমিট করতে পারি কি? ওনার কোশ্চেন এই যে জ্ঞানী মানুষ জিজ্ঞেস করেন রেডিয়েটরে করা যায়, রেডিয়েটরে আমরা করি। মানে সেশনের মানে সিঙ্গেল সেশন। রেকমেন্ড না তাহলে এটা করা যায় কি? ম্যাক বাইন দিলে আর বেডরুমে লাভ, বেডরুম তো বাইরের থেকে আসবে। বাইরের থেকে একজন লোক আসতেছে, তার ম্যাক আমি কই পাবো? তো সে পাইলো না, লাভ। একজন আউটরোমার আসলো, আমি তো তার ম্যাক জানি, তো আমি ম্যাক তাকে সে ম্যাক আমার কাছে, তাহলে তো এর থেকে পাসওয়ার্ডই করেছে। সে যদি ম্যাক দিয়ে আমি তাকে ম্যাক অ্যালাউ করে আমি যদি তাকে অ্যাক্সেস দিই তাহলে পাসওয়ার্ডই করেছে। হ্যাঁ, এটা রাউটিং তো থাকবে, সমস্যা হবে না। কানেক্টিভিটি লাগবে আপনার আইআরএস, এটা পাবলিক ডোমেইনে তাহলেই প্রবলেম হবে তো। কানেক্টিভিটি থাকবে। হ্যাঁ, তো ওইটা হলে যদি আইপি রাউটেবল না থাকে তাহলে সমস্যা। ইউএফএ আমরা করিনি, টু ফ্যাক্টর করতেন কিন্তু আপনার আপনার রেস্ট যদি সাপোর্ট করে, আপনার আইআরএস যদি সাপোর্ট করে, এটা এডিওমে করে। 2FA যদি আপনার IRS যদি সাপোর্ট করে আপনি 2FA করতে পারবেন, এবং এই জন্যই এই ফ্লেক্সিবিলিটি আনা হয়েছে যে প্রত্যেকের অথেন্টিক, এক একজনের অথেন্টিকেশন সিস্টেম এক এক রকম। ডেনমার্কের একজন এখানে আসলো, তার যে কি অথেন্টিকেশন সিস্টেম এটা আসলে আমি জানি না। তার অথেন্টিকেশন সিস্টেম যদি 2FA থাকে 2FA সাপোর্ট করবে, কোনো সমস্যা নেই। ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ তাহলে। হ্যাঁ, ওইটা ওই রেডিয়াস কন ফাইলে থাকতে পারে, ওইটা আপনি দেখে নেন, ওইটা আপনি বাড়ায় নিতে পারেন।
Hello, check. Hello.
পায় না, এই জন্য ছেড়ে দেয়।
Hello, hello, hello. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello. Hello.
Hello, I am hearing you. Hello.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello. hello.
Hello.
Hello, check. Hello. এটা বন্ধ, আপনারটা বন্ধ কর। বন্ধ করছেন? Hello, check. Hello, 0 1 2 3 4. Hello, check. Hello, microphone. Hello, 0 1 2 3 4 1 8. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. 0 1 2 3 4. Hello, check. 0 1 2 3 4. Hello, check. Hello, microphone, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 check 0 1 2 3 4. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Hello, hello, check 0 1 2 3 4. Hello, 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 check 0 1 2 3 4. Hello. 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 Hello, check. Hello. 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 लिप लिप टच करता है. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. 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 Hello, check 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. Hello. Hello, 0 1 2 3 4. ঠিক আছে. hello, 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 testing, hello, 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 hello.
ওইটা ঠিক হয়েছে? ওইটা তোমাদেরটা হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
Hello, hello, check 0 1 2 3 4. Hello, 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 hello.
আমি যখন খুব ঘন কথা বলি, দ্রুত কথা বলতেছি, তখন এটা মাঝে মধ্যে ছিল। আর ধীরে 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 কথা বলি।
না আমি তো আর কথা বলি না, যারা কথা বলে তারা। আচ্ছা, ডিবিটা এখন একটু বাড়াই দিছি। আগে দেখা যাচ্ছে লিপ টাচ করা লাগতো, এখন আর সেটা করা লাগবে না। দেখা যাক কি হয়। হ্যাঁ, হ্যালো।
হাইড করে দিও প্রেজেন্টেশন ভিউতে যাইতে হবে তাহলে একদম পিছন থেকে দেখতে পান স্ক্রিন দুই পাশে ঠিক আছে এটা ঠিক আছে এটা দেখতে পান দুই পাশ থেকে দেখেন তো না আমি বড় বড় লিখবো যাতে দেখা যায়। এই স্লাইডটা আমি শেয়ার দিয়ে দিচ্ছি অলরেডি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে, আপনারা নামাই নেন, আপনারা আপনাদের ল্যাপটপে ওপেন করে রাখেন তাইলেই হবে। হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে সবাই অ্যাড হয়েছেন না? হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে আমি এই স্লাইডটা শেয়ার দিয়ে দিচ্ছি অলরেডি। হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপের ইয়াটা সবাইকে ইমেইল করছে, দেখেন গতকালকে রাত্রে স্যার ইমেইল করে দিছে, আপনারা ইমেইল চেক করলে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপের ইটা পাবেন। এই আমাকে দেখানো এত ইয়া না, আপনি okay, now we may start because I have only 30 minutes. So I'm Mehdi Hassan. Now I'm working as a network engineer in University of Dhaka, and my session based on Linux administration. So as a system administration, actually we are doing everything in a IT system. We are doing user management to database administration, everything for the database user creation, security policy enforcement. So we are doing everything. So especially we are engaged the maintain overall IT infrastructure like hardware, software and network. Sound সমস্যা হচ্ছে? Hello, hello, check, hello. So this is the main responsibility we are actually perform a daily basis. The maintain the whole IT infrastructure like hardware, software and network devices. Another main responsibility the configuration management and documentation. How many of you maintain the documentation of the configuration? 1, 2, 3, only 3%. So without documentation, this is very much hassle-full to maintaining infrastructure regular basis. If I have the document, then anything happened, I can reconfigure anytime. It took only a few moments to reconfigure any device. But without any document, you have to do everything, searching by Google, how to configure this, how to configure that. Then, and most of the time, a single tutorial not work for whole tasks. So we have to maintain the configuration management and documentation. Second thing, we have to monitor the system regular basis, monitor uptime, monitor performance, monitor utilization of the system. And we also perform the user management, security policy apply. And another important thing is backup. How many of you are taking regular backup of your device configuration, database? Only few hands. So you are not careful about the backup. Another thing is system upgradation. So without updating a system, frequently we are getting any security threat. So regular basis update system, it mitigates the security threat and increase the performance. And now I am come to the point, the Linux system administration. So today's world, most of the server actually running based on Linux operating system. And this workshop, we are using the software, pre-radius, RadSec proxy, Dalo radius. So everything, every tools actually run on the Linux platform. So we have to at least learn basic things of Linux. So we have to perform some copy paste tasks and copy file and edit file is the very important, because most of the participants doing wrong in the copy paste on the configuration. When we are editing file in the text mode, most of the participants doing wrong. Accidentally they close file, then create a swap file. So that's why I take the board to teach you how to edit file, because it is essential to complete this workshop. If you are able to, you are capable to edit file, then this workshop will be fine and you are successfully complete the configuration. And without this, you are not able to successfully complete your tasks. So I just within short time I describe what is actually Linux. Linux actually like this picture. This is provide all the ingredients and you make your recipe as like you and based on your taste. And few feature, this is portable, open source, and it support multi-user, multi-programming, and its security system is very strong. With compare others operating system, Linux is more than secure. Available others operating system in the market right now. And thank you, sir. And this is actually the internal architecture. This layer actually used for hardware layer. We know about that CPU, memory, and input-output device. And on top of this layer, Linux has some kernel modules for network device, kernel modules for storage device, kernel modules for input-output device, and running the main program. It's called kernel. That is actually the name Linux. Kernel name is Linux, and the operating system name is different thing. This is called Linux distribution like Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Ubuntu Linux, Linux Mint. That is actually the full operating system. Linux is only the main program of that operating system is called kernel. And on top of that, the running some system library and then system software, user process, other utilities actually, it's complete the full operating system. So Linux part is in these two things. So this is the installation instruction. I'm not going to show you how to install this because we are providing you server for this workshop. So you don't have to install any operating system in this lab. We provide server from our cloud system, from Wencn Cloud. So you don't need to install this, but I give the configuration how to install this in your own environment, in your laptop, desktop. So this is the instruction. Using Oracle virtual machine, you may able to install. So this is the full instruction. So it's how to create virtual machine to how to install. This is for CentOS 7, but this instruction also work for other version like say Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, 9. This is same, is almost similar. You will get same window and you have to follow the instruction step by step. And finally, I got the login panel. This is login interface. And this is the main thing actually. This is called Linux file system hierarchy. So this is the default directory and is starting for is // The bin directory contain the program actually we use in Linux system, and boot contain the main program, kernel load from boot folder, and this actually load the all the device program, and etc actually contain the all the configuration file, static configuration file. Home contain the user profile, user home directory. Root actually the home directory of user in Linux. Its username is root. Run contain the runtime application runtime program. Has been actually contain the program run by root user, administrator user. So normal user can run that command in the SBIN, and this is for the temporary file system. Actually, it's a virtual file system. When we reboot the system, it's delete all the temporary file. USR actually for Unix system resource directory. This is actually linked with bin top bin. This is actually link directory. This is original directory link with sbin, and this is bin directory. Bin mean binary, short form of binary. It's linked with the top bin and contain the same. This is USR local, that is for third-party application, install third-party application. And this is for variable file, like we host many website, web application. And if you made this server as a mail server, then mail will be stored in this directory. So this is actually two different window. This is for graphical user interface, and this one for command line interface. After successfully install, if we install in command line interface, we'll get window like this. And if we install with graphics, then we can got screen like this. And this is two different console for the command line. That this console end with a hash, and this console end with a $sign, like this. বোর্ডটার দিকে ক্যামেরাটা দিয়ে যাতে So based on the logged user, in that case, the logged user, login user with root. And in this case, login user with a username Mehdi. So we can get two different things. When you log in with a root user, we get a hash sign. And command line start from here. We put the command here. And when I log in use a normal user, we get $sign. So based on this sign, to sign, this represent the privilege actually we will get. When we log in with the root user, we will get administrative privilege. We can run anything, any command, and we can do anything. We can also the full file system. But when you log in with a normal user, we can't run all the command. We can't change any system level. So in this lab, we are doing later on, we have to follow every command run on hash sign. So we'll need privilege mode. So we have to log in with which user? Root user. There is another way. If we log in with a normal user, then there is an option to become a root user using sudo su, either su means Swiss user. So when we put this command sudo su space, then I need the sudo privilege for the user run this command, and need the password the user login with. And if we know, if we don't have the sudo permission, then we run only su space command, and we need the user password. In that case, normal user password. And this case, we require clear. So every command we run in the privilege mode, we need hash before run command. So you have this. And in the lab document, we always use a hash before starting any command. So you have to copy from the document without hash. Okay? This is the instruction for the lab. So now I discuss about some basic command. This is the syntax of command. This is represent command, and this is the option contain the based on this command and has some argument. Like if I want to create a user, then what is the command? Add user is the command, and this command has many options. Like this, I want to change the default home directory. And the argument is, what is the argument for this command? I want to create a user. This is command add user, and I put a option. I create a different location from the default location home directory. And what is the argument for this command? Username exactly. So in that case, this part is variable. So some others command like if you want to show the content of a directory, this is the basic command is ls, and this command has many options. If I put the option -a, then we show the all content including hidden file. And if put a l, and we have to remember another thing, Linux is a case sensitive operating system. That's why every command will be lowercase. So if I run command like this, this is not working. না, ওইটা মাইনাস হেল্প লিখতে হবে, অথবা শুধু -h দিলে হবে। মাইনাস হেল্প লিখতে হবে অথবা -h দিলে হবে, অথবা ম্যানুয়াল, তারপরে হচ্ছে ম্যান দিয়ে কমান্ড। This will show the full manual of this command. So for this Eduroam lab, we need the command. We have to show the directory content. So you have to remember this command, ls space la. We have to copy. So when we are copy, so at first source, So a copy command always has a source, and where we paste, this is destination. So if I want to copy something like CP, OPT, file 1, this is the source. So this command copy the OPT file 1 and paste with OPT with name file 2. And same thing if you want to move this command, move means cut paste, just only change the command. Move. And after execute this command, this file 1 will be renamed with file 2. So these are the basic command actually we will need. PWD actually show the present working directory, the location where we stay now. By default, the location home directory. If I log in with a Mehdi user, then it will be home Mehdi. And if I log in with root, it will be /root. CD command, we use CD command to change directory. This is another essential command we always require. mkdir to create a directory. But most important thing is that we'll require the edit file. VI. You have to learn this carefully, because you have to use this tool complete this lab. This is called visual editor, the command line editor for file. So in this lab, we will install and configure FreeRadius, right? So at first, we have to know how to install software. This is very simple because this is cloud server. It's already connected with internet. You have to just run yum install software name. So this command will install any software if it is available. So in this regard, for the FreeRadius software name, we have to install many software, not only FreeRadius. We have to install database software. In that case, with MariaDB server. We have to install web server because we need a web interface to create user. So in that case, we use Dalo Radius, a Radius server management web portal. To run this, we have to install web server, Apache web server. And finally, we have to configure firewall because server come with a default firewall setting and it's not open the other services. By default, it's open only SSH services. So we have to configure firewall for the Radius request, for web service request, and others request. So in that case, we have to install lots of software. We have to install FreeRadius. The software name is FreeRadius. For the database server, I'll show you later on in the installation part. MariaDB server, HTTPD for web, but command is same. We just change the software. I have only 10 minutes. So finally, we have to edit some configuration file. So bi is the command, and then we have to put the full path of the location of that file we want to edit. So if I want to edit the radius default configuration file, the etc radb is the location of the server configuration file, and in that location there are lots of files we have to open and configure to complete the radius server configuration file. At least five file we have to configure database, because we run radius server with backend support MySQL. So we have to create a connector file for the MySQL database, and you know already we have some different type of tunnel, in-roamer tunnel, out-roamer tunnel, and tunnel for eduroam. So we have to create different file for the different purpose. So if I want to open, suppose, radius.conf, so this file will be open in editing mode. But after that open, the BI editor has two modes. One mode is command mode, another mode is insert mode. When we are in the insert mode, the keyboard key will be work as a character. So we are able to type something with keyboard key. And when we are in command, the keyboard working as a command. The different command has some different meaning. If I want to save, then we have to put the command :W. This is for write. If we want to exit, and there is two type of command. BI has two mode. Insert mode. By default, when we open any file, we are in command mode. So keyboard key is not working as a type key. This is in command mode. So we use I, the I button, then we jump to command mode to insert mode, and then we see a insert word in the bottom line. Then we can decide this is in type mode, and we may able to type something, because we have to change the configuration. And in command mode, there are two type of command: direct command with keyboard shortcut, colon mode or colon mode command. Some command we have to colon. Suppose if I want to write this file, save, command is :W. And if we want to write and quit, command is WQ. This is also similar as X. If we put the colon X, this is same. And if we want to save as, then W with file name. And if you want to quit without save, then command is Q. And if we change something and want to close this file without saving, then command will be Q and a exclamatory sign. So all the instruction given in this table, the BI command cheat sheet, This is actually jump the line. If I want to the top of the file, then command will be Shift G or capital G. And if you want to go to the bottom of the line, sorry, it's wrong. If you want to go to the bottom of the line, the command will be Shift G or capital G. And if you want to the first line of the file, then command will be GG. And if we want to a particular line, then we put a clone the line number. This is for the delete, undo, and repeat. The from the right direction, capital X delete the from the left direction, and DD actually delete the full line, a single line. If you want to delete a line, then you have to command DD. And Shift D actually delete from the cursor position to end of the line. And U for the undo, last command is used for undo, and Control R for the redo. This is actually like same as Microsoft Word, but work in command line. In Microsoft Word, there is an option to work as graphically, but in that case, we have to work in command line. That is the difference. And for the reason, we have to learn some new command. DD for delete a single line, YY for copy, P for paste, and capital P actually paste the after the current line. I mean, insert a new line, paste the new line under the present line, and small p actually paste the before line. And this is for the copy number of line. If I want to copy 10 number of line, then we put 10 DD, then delete 10 line, and copy 10 YY is copy 10 line. J for join 2 line. And this is for searching and replace. So you don't need to all those things. You have to just learn this table actually, and how to go command mode to insert mode and insert mode to command mode. Before to put command, we have to back in the command mode, and to type we have to back in insert mode. So the keyboard key I, you go to the insert mode, and keyboard escape key. Every keyboard has a key name escape, a ESC. So this key actually back to insert mode to command mode. Okay. This thing is essential for this lab, for this workshop, because if you are not able to editing file, you may not able to complete this session. So that's it. Now prayer and lunch break up to 2:30. Any question? সবাই বুঝে গেছেন? আচ্ছা, এটা আমি একটু বাংলায় বুঝাই, এটা কিন্তু খুবই দরকার, বুঝছেন? কারণ এটা কমান্ড মোডে আপনি যখন থাকবেন, আপনার কিবোর্ডের কিগুলো কমান্ড হিসেবে কাজ করবে। তার মানে হচ্ছে আপনি যে কিগুলো দিচ্ছেন এগুলো কিন্তু টাইপ হবে না। ওইখানে যদি কমান্ড থাকে, যেমন আপনি যদি দুইবার ডি প্রেস করেন, কি হবে মনে আছে? লাইনটা ডিলিট হয়ে যাবে। আমার কিন্তু দুইবার ডিটা লেখা হচ্ছে না, লাইনটাই ডিলিট হয়ে যাচ্ছে। আবার যদি আমি শিফট ডি দেই, তাহলে কি হবে? যেখানে আছি ওইখান থেকে পুরো লাইনটা ডিলিট হয়ে যাবে। তো এটা কিন্তু খুবই ইম্পর্টেন্ট যে আপনি কোন মোডে আছেন, আপনাকে এই দিকে খেয়াল রাখতে হবে যে এখানে কি লেখা আছে। যেমন আপনি যখন কমান্ড মোডে থাকবেন, আইদার এখানে কিছু লেখা থাকবে না, অথবা এই যে এরকম যে আমি প্রথমে ওপেন করলে ফাইল নেমটা থাকবে। আর ইনসার্ট মোডে থাকলে অলওয়েজ ইনসার্ট লেখাটা থাকবে। এই লেখার দিকে দেখতে হবে যে আপনি কি মোডে আছেন। তারপরে আমরা এখানে তো মাউস ইউজ করতে পারবো, যেহেতু আমরা হচ্ছে রিমোটলি কানেক্ট হব, পুটি সফটওয়্যার দিয়ে রিমোটলি কানেক্ট হব। তো এটা খুবই সহজ। পেস্ট করার জন্য মাউসের রাইট বাটন ক্লিক করলে পেস্ট হয়ে যাবে। আমার কিন্তু কমান্ড জানতে হচ্ছে না যে কোন কমান্ড দিয়ে আমি পেস্ট করব। আবার কপি করার জন্য আমরা পিডিএফ ফাইল বা ওয়ার্ড ফাইল শেয়ার করে দিব, ওখান থেকে আপনারা কন্ট্রোল সি দিয়েই কপি করতে পারবেন। তো কপি পেস্ট নিয়ে কিন্তু সমস্যা হচ্ছে না, সমস্যা হচ্ছে আপনি কোন মুডে আছেন। আর আছেন আপনি কমান্ড মুডে, আপনি হচ্ছে কিবোর্ড মাউসের রাইট বাটনে ক্লিক করে দিচ্ছেন, কি হবে তাহলে? যতক্ষণ না কমান্ডটা পাবে ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত সে ব্রেক ইনসার্ট করবে না। যখন ইনসার্টের মানে আই বা ওই রিলেটেড, শুধু তো আইতে ইনসার্ট হয় না, ওতেও ইনসার্ট হয়। আমি এত ডিটেলসে বলতেছি না, কারণ এই আধা ঘন্টা সময় তো আর এত ডিটেলস বলা সম্ভব না। কিন্তু ওইটা ওই পর্যন্ত গিয়ে কি হবে, তার মানে কিছু লেখা মিস হয়ে গেল। কিছু লেখা মিস হওয়া মানে কি, কনফিগারেশন ফাইল আর প্রোগ্রামিং ফাইল একই। প্রোগ্রামিং এ যেমন একটা সেমিকোলন একটা ডট মিস হলে কি হয়, রান হয় প্রোগ্রাম। কনফিগারেশনও সেম, একটা সিঙ্গেল ডট মিস করবেন কনফিগারেশন কাজ করবে না, সার্ভিস রান হবে না। একটা সেমিকোলন মিস করবেন কনফিগারেশন রান হবে না। তো আমরা চাই আপনারা, অনেক লোক, আমরা এত মানুষ নিয়ে ওয়ার্কশপ মনে হয় এই প্রথম করতেছি আরিফ ভাই, আর আমরা সর্বোচ্চ 20 জন নেই এক ব্যাচে। এই ব্যাচে হচ্ছে আপনারা এখানেই আছেন 30 জনের মতো, আবার অনলাইনে আছে 10 জন, মানে 40 জন মানুষকে কিন্তু আমরা চাই যে 40 জনই সাকসেসফুলি আপনারা যেন করতে পারেন। জি বলেন। না এখানে 40 নাই, অনলাইনে আছে কিছু। তো আপনারা সাকসেসফুলি তখনই পারবেন আপনারা যদি এই কপি পেস্টটা ঠিকঠাক মতো করতে পারবেন। কারণ আমরা যে আপনাদের জন্য যে টিউটোরিয়াল গুলো বানাইছি, এটা কপি পেস্ট করতে পারলেই কাজ করবে, আমরা ওভাবেই বানাইছি। কারণ আপনি যদি এই ল্যাবটা কমপ্লিট করতে না পারেন, আপনার মধ্যে ওই কনফিডেন্সটা কাজ করবে না। টেকনোলজি আপনি জানেন না জানেন সেটা আলাদা কথা, কিন্তু আপনি সাকসেসফুলি করতে পারলে আপনার মধ্যে একটা কনফিডেন্স আসবে যে যাই হোক আমি যেভাবেই করি, কপি পেস্ট করে করে হলেও আমি এটা রান করছি, আমার এটা অথেন্টিকেশন কাজ করছে। এবং এই ম্যানুয়াল দিয়ে আপনি বানাবেন, কিছুই না, খালি আপনারা এডুরম ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করার সময় আপনাদের ডোমেন নেমটা বদলাই দিবেন। আমরা যেখানে একটা ডামি ডোমেন নেম ইউজ করছি, আমরা ইউজ করছি ট্রেনিং, তারপরে আপনাদের একটা নাম্বার হবে 010203.ac.bd। এই ডোমেনটা হয়ে যাবে আপনাদের ইউনিভার্সিটির বা নিজস্ব ডোমেন হয়ে যাবে। এতটুকু চেঞ্জ করতে হবে। এটা চেঞ্জ করার আগে আপনারা ডকুমেন্টে কি করে নেবেন, কন্ট্রোল এফ দিয়ে আপনার যে ডোমেন আমরা দিছি ওই জায়গায় বদলাই নিলেই হয়ে যাবে। তারপরে আপনার ডোমেনটা আপনি কপি পেস্ট করে দিবেন। আমি এটা ওয়ার্ড ফাইল দিয়ে দেবো আপনাদেরকে, যেন আপনারা এডিট করতে পারেন। ঠিক আছে? ওয়াইফাইটা একটু ঠিক করতে হবে। আচ্ছা, আমাদের মেইন কনফিগারেশনটা শুরু হবে হচ্ছে আগামী কালকে থেকে। তো আমরা আজকের মধ্যে এটাকে ইমপ্রুভ করব। আচ্ছা দেখি, আজকে তো আমরা শহীদ ভাই আছে, যদি সম্ভব হয় তাহলে হচ্ছে যে সবাইকে একটা, সবার ল্যাপটপে কি ল্যান্ডপোর্ট আছে? যাদের আছে তাদেরকে দিলাম, তাহলে ওয়াইফাইয়ের উপর প্রেসার কমে গেল। কারণ এখানে যেটা সমস্যা হচ্ছে কি, যখন কানেক্ট হচ্ছে সবার ল্যাপটপ একটা ওয়াইফাই থেকে কানেক্ট হচ্ছে, ও আর কিন্তু সার্ভিস দিতে পারতেছে না। কারণ এখানে কোনো কন্ট্রোলার বেজ ওয়াইফাই নাই, সব হচ্ছে স্ট্যান্ড অ্যালোন। তো কন্ট্রোলার বেজ হলে কি হতো, ট্রাফিক শিফট হয়ে যাইতো, একটা ট্রাফিক আর একটা শিফট হয়ে যেত। কিন্তু এখানে এটা হচ্ছে না। তারপরে একসাথে অনেকগুলো এপিতে চ্যানেলেও সমস্যা হচ্ছে। তো আমরা এপির সংখ্যা কমাই দিয়ে দেখি কেবল দেওয়ার ব্যবস্থা করা যায় কিনা। যাক, এটুকু তো হচ্ছে ক্ষমা সুলভ দৃষ্টিতে দেখতে হবে, তাই না? একটা বড় প্রোগ্রাম অ্যারেঞ্জ করতে গেলে কিছু লিমিটেশন থাকে। আমরা তো বললামই যে 20 জনের উপরে আমরা এই জন্যই করাই না, কারণ 20 জন ইউজার একটা এপিতে কানেক্ট হলেও সমস্যা নাই। কিন্তু যখন ইউজার বেশি হয়ে যাচ্ছে, 30 জন মানে কিন্তু 30 জন না, এখানে 60টা ডিভাইস, আরো এত 2টা করে মোবাইলও আছে না, তো 60টারও বেশি ডিভাইস হচ্ছে কানেক্ট হচ্ছে। দেখি শহীদ ভাইকে বলি ম্যানেজ করতে পারে কিনা, যদি ম্যানেজ করতে পারে পিএসটি থেকে কারণ আজকে আজকে হচ্ছে এরপরে যে ইটা আছে, নামাজের পরে যে লাঞ্চের পরে যে আছে, আজকে থিওরিটিক্যাল পার্টটাই যাবে। আজকে প্র্যাকটিক্যালি খালি আপনারা ইউজার নেম পাসওয়ার্ড গুলো বুঝে নেবেন, ইউজার নেম পাসওয়ার্ড গুলো বুঝে নেবেন। আমাদের মেইন ল্যাব শুরু হবে কালকে থেকে। কালকেও আবার সারাদিন না, কালকে আপনাদের একটু ঘোরাঘুরি আছে মনে হয়। কালকে সকালে একটা সেশন হবে, একটা সেশনের পরে আপনাদেরকে একটু ঘুরাবে স্যাররা, কুয়াকাটা নিয়ে যাবে সম্ভবত। তো কালকে মনে করেন একটু চার্মিং আপ হবেন, আর লাস্টের 2 দিন হচ্ছে একদম কালকে, হ্যাঁ রোলার কোস্টার চলবে না, কিন্তু রেডি থাকেন, গেট প্রিপেয়ার, যে লাস্ট 2 দিন আমরা এটা কমপ্লিট করে যাব। ঠিক আছে, আপনারা সবাই ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালি সবাই সাকসেসফুলি এটা কমপ্লিট করে যাবেন। আমরা এখানে একটা এপি লাগাই দিব, সবাই একটা একটা করে করবেন, আমি ইউজার নেম এখানে লিখবো, আর একজন হচ্ছে ওইটা অথেন্টিকেশন চেক করব যে এটা অথেন্টিকেশন হয় কিনা। হ্যাঁ ব্রেক দিয়ে দিচ্ছি, ব্রেক শুরু হয়ে গেছে কিন্তু ভাই জুমটাতে একটু বলে দেন।
For maybe just a minute. For online participant, I would like to announce a moment that our break has been started. We'll right back on 2:30 GMT +6. So this session is in here. Thank you for participation.